YouTube. All right, we should be live on Twitter and YouTube now. All right, let me refresh the Twitter chat since I keep forgetting that. All righty, cool. So, let me recap what our plan for the day is. We finished testing the OpenAPI specification with schema thesis, 100% passing, nailed it. Now we need to generate SDKs and an MCP server from that specification. I have no idea how we want to do that. We did a little bit of discovery yesterday, but let's keep digging. Because, yeah, I know there's LibLab. I know Stainless does a bunch of that stuff. I would assume maybe even like Mintlify does something. So we're going to look at some of the services. We're going to look at open source stuff that does it, and we'll figure it out. So, yeah. That's our plan for today. And yeah, free beanie list because it is 89.6 degrees Fahrenheit in this room. It's way too hot. Seattle shouldn't be this hot. Oh, that is the wrong screen though. I played a little gaming last night. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah. Actually, it might be sooner. Might be time for the tea sooner rather than later, actually. I didn't sleep that well. It was already warming up. Sorry. And hey, what up, Noah? You have a personal finance class in the fall for some reason. I mean, I think that sounds pretty useful to me. Like, that sounds like the kind of thing they should be doing in college for sure. In fact, they should have done something like that in high school, right? What is the state of the Gemini models? Are you saying like the brand new ones? Gemini 3.5 Flash Lite and 3.6 Flash? I have the tests running right now. Yeah, it's going to take a little while to run that one, but that's fine. Pretty bad. Oh. And wait, they have 3 now? Hold on. I know I saw... Oh, hold on. One sec. There we go. Yeah. They burn tokens. That is the problem there. This is solid. Introducing the world's most powerful model, then OpenAI does it. Then Grok's like, well, introducing the model? And then Gemini, introducing the model. And we are in that part of the cycle. Yep. Fable's going to come out with a new one here soon. Right? Didn't Theo predict, or not Fable, sorry, Opus 5 coming soon? All right, so hold on. Let's go look at it. Artificial analysis. Oh, fourth delay trying to get to NYC for that conference. So you might not have as much time to hang around and check out Brooklyn as you wanted, huh? But it is New York, city that never sleeps, right? You don't have to sleep either. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I am jealous. I really do want to get there. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try and make sure I get there next year. Okay. So, I mean, yeah, people are roasting Gemini, but dude, Gemini 3.6 Flash looks pretty damn fast at 300 tokens per second. Right? So they're just optimizing for different things, you know? Dude, the fact that it's faster than GPT-OSS 120B is crazy. And at a 50, right, it's not that terrible. Yeah, so I mean, for certain things, having 300 tokens a second is really valuable, right? For, mid-level intelligence, right? Compare the speed to intelligence level. And I think you'll be really surprised. Yeah, I mean, $20 a month is pretty standard for a subscription. And I think there are things that you might still actually want to use Gemini 3.6 Flash for. I think for like, I don't know, analysis and Like, just how much it can comb through stuff. But yeah, no, I get that. If you're not using it enough, then it doesn't matter, right? Why spend $200 a year? Especially if you're a student or something. But as far as just like, dude, passing documents to 3.6 Flash could be worthwhile. Yeah, I mean, it is expensive, but man, it's fast. And yeah, for some things, speed is king. Um, Dude, there was the speed mode that Devon was showing for their like SWE 1.6 or 1.7 or whatever, where it's getting like 1,000 tokens a second. Like, holy shit, dude. Why it's just on 3.5? Because my guess is if 3.6 is that fast, it was probably that fast to like train as well, or at least modify. Whereas like the 3.5 models are slower and maybe like, take longer to like train and validate and provide a good data set, you know? So I don't know. Right? Like think about how like 3.5 Flash is the only 3.5 that was available for a long time. They had to make 3.5 Flash first before they could start on Cyber. But the moment they made 3.5 Flash, they could start on 3.6 Flash. So it's almost like the Flash model acts as like a baseline for a lot of the stuff they're doing. And Pro is most likely a completely separate beast. I don't know for sure. I don't know how they're building it. I'm just speculating. But it seems to me like 3.5 or like the Flash models are an initial, like their first version of any new set. It does kind of feel that way. I'm trying to remember like the timeline of that. Jesus. Yeah, basically that same framework desktop doubled in cost. Are you saying how long till they kill Codemender? I mean, I don't know anything about the cybersecurity stuff, so I don't know. And I've got a question now. Does it cost anything to host an event on Luma? Yeah, it looks like it's free. Oh, sorry. Okay, so of the new models that came out, right? There's 3.6 Flash. What about 3.6 Flash Lite or 3.5 Flash Lite? $489 output tokens a second. Like, dude, that is fast. Holy shit. Now, it's not necessarily intelligent, but dude, it is cheap. It is really cheap. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. So yeah, at some point, like token throughput looks pretty damn good. Yeah, that is pretty good. What do you mean by LLMs bear fruit? Like, are they not doing that already? People are being productive, right? Doesn't mean what they're building matters, but they're building a lot of it. That already seems like it's useful. Like, Noah, did you see that post from Linus? Right? Like, Linux is not an anti-A project. It's a tool. They're going to use it, you know? Doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, here, yeah. Let me grab it for you. Yeah, so this person's just reposting what Linus sent out to the mailing list. So it's definitely worth reading and checking out. So it's pretty much just 3.6 Flash and 3.5 Flash Lite, right? They didn't put out any others. Pretty sure I saw a Hacker News post about it, right? So they announced 3.5 Flash Cyber, but is it released? Damn, I was hoping we would have made it into this blog post. Yeah, all right. That's fine. Oh, it's a private release. That makes more sense. I get it. That makes sense. All right, so yeah, I've got Flash and Flashlight running on the work machine right now. It'll be hours. Okay. Okay, so fast MCP seems pretty awesome. And yeah, we can keep chatting about this. I just want to like keep scoping it out. Yeah. Yeah, stop converting your REST APIs to MCP. So yeah, building our MCP server is going to be separate, but we can generate SDKs. Yes, this is actually an interesting blog post about, not auto-generating MCP servers. So we're going to have to really think about how we want to do that. Yeah, Crepe. So basically, we did some validation of our Open API specification, right? And that Open API specification is validated using a thing called schema thesis. So now that we've validated that, we want to generate SDKs and we want to create an MCP server. FastMCP has a way of generating an MCP server. Need hair, please. That's a solid one. You're right. Yeah. Need hair, please. Balding on both sides of the family. There's no fighting it. But basically, the idea is that you could generate an MCP server for LLMs from your OpenAPI specification. The blog post we're reading is basically saying, yeah, it's good for, you know, trying things out and experimenting and then figuring out what you should build, but you probably shouldn't use it in production. Yeah, and this is by the people that made Fast MCP, right? So yeah, we're probably not going to do that, but I am going to be looking into how we can generate SDKs because I think that adds a lot of value. So yeah, we'll have to figure that part out. You have your generated MCP in production. You can say that the generators can do it, but they won't be sufficient if the task you have in mind for the MCP gets a bit more complex. MCP SDK? Are you talking the Go MCP SDK? That's the one I've typically seen. Okay, okay. Yeah, I guess the thing I'm thinking about, though, is I don't think I want to do a local MCP server, right? I think we want to do like a cloud MCP server. We could probably do Cloudflare workers for that. Yeah, we're going to want the streamable HTTP like SSE BS, right? And we saw a tool for generating that, but I think we're going to want to use a different, you know, like SDK anyway, rather than just generation. But yeah, this basically generates like a Node.js, like proxy SDK. Still not certain it's exactly what I want to do, but it is interesting. Well, I think when you say the MCP mode, don't they just literally say HTTP? I don't think streamable's in the key, right? So I think one is like local and the other is HTTP. I forget what the spec says. Where's the actual spec? It's just the overview. Transports. That's probably it. So they do. Okay, standard IO is the one I was thinking of. And then is it really streamable dash HTTP? Oh, yeah, never mind. My bad. I thought it was a different word, like a different keyword. But no, you're right. No. I think you were totally right, Sickwe. Yeah, my bad. I've only ever, like, GitKraken only has a standard IO SDK. So because of that, that's really all I've really had experience installing, because I don't install that many MCP servers. But that's the main reason why you want to be, like, really particular about building and curating your MCP server, because you don't want to clog people's context. And that was in this blog post, right? So instead, don't give it every single micro action you want to do, right? Instead, give it like actual flows. Like we'll want to do I don't know, get event get events for keyword or something, right? Yeah, because the entire description and name is like, and the entire prompt basically lives in context, whereas skills are just the name and like the short description, not the entire skill. So that's like a big part of that. Now, theoretically, MCP servers should have like dynamic discoverability, but a lot of the tools don't actually implement that like properly. Maybe they're catching up, but at least the last time we evaluated, they weren't doing like dynamic like recalling of the tools list, right? Because you can actually send an update message back to the client from the server saying like, hey, our list has been updated based upon whatever. And that would then really, really help with people's context. But I think it then makes it harder for the LLM to know what tools are there to just like call immediately, right? So the discoverability of the tools actually is harmed. But I think maybe you could do it with like a single MCP tool that tells the model everything that's available, and then it has it like call and fetch a next set. Yeah, and it's built into the spec. Like it's fully in there. Let me see if I can find it. Tools. Let me see. I know I found it before. List changed, right? So listing the tools, all of the various like platforms and blah 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 use this, but very few actually handle and respond to the list changed event. So that's the actual problem. Like it's in the spec, but very few are actually honoring that. And this isn't new. This has been in the spec for over a year, for sure. Right? Probably even 2 years at least since I started looking at it last. So yeah, that's the basic idea. My thought is we're probably going to want to start the SDK first because the SDK is directly pluggable with an API key. The MCP server, we're going to need to do some work to create like the OAuth elicitation flow or whatever, which I believe is... Hold on, what is elicitation? And there is no reason this site should be a Next.js site. Come on, guys. This could be static. The content doesn't change often enough. None of it's dynamic. Why are we waiting to load pages? I click and there's an entire like 500 milliseconds to a second of just nothing. Like Next.js is so bad for so many use cases, but people just keep doing it. And that might be a big part of why a lot of these tools don't do it, Sickwe, right? Like if we end up updating the tools list, do we end up invalidating cache or, you know, flooding the cache, right? So that could be a big part of that. And then real quick, hold on. I'm forgetting. Dude, Dan Dubs, thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. So yeah, like I think it's especially why having like an initial tool that has skill style, like name and description, but like short description, and then telling the MCP that it can request these other things, that would then allow it to be better for caching, right? Okay, so I haven't seen that. Initialize instructions. Yeah, so there'd be like the first list, right? And then maybe another skill would be like fetch sub instructions or something. And it could pass arguments to that. I don't know. I think that's maybe the future there and something that I would want to do myself. But then how do we test it, right? So establishing some tooling to test that stuff would be really cool. You booked open sauce next year. They're half off now. Yeah, I could consider that. How much are tickets? $109. That's pretty cheap. Honestly, at $220, I'm not that stressed about it. I'm not that stressed about $100. It's these conferences that are like $1,000, you know? No, that makes sense. Yeah, I'm still gonna need to like just think about it. There's always like other conferences that happen, and I never know when they're gonna like schedule and like overlap. You've been avoiding doing anything? Yeah, that makes sense. But July 17th, 18th? Yep. Yeah, I could definitely do it. And they usually do it on a weekend, right? Godot Fest was hella expensive. Interesting. I could see like a Unity a Unity Fest or something being expensive. Like, what are the big Godot or Godot games? Slay the Spire 2, Brotato. Yeah, it just seems to me like a Godot or a Godot conference would be all like indies. So why would you charge them that much? But yeah, I don't know. Oh, used for the map editor. I was gonna say, like, no, Battlefield isn't made with that. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, no. I was like, Battlefield? Really? But no, Battlefield's still using oh, I forget the name of it. Uh Frostbite, and that's it. But okay, yeah, that made more sense. But that's still pretty cool. So this is it. A powerful MCP toolkit for coding, providing semantic retrieval and editing capabilities, the IDE for your agent. Noah, there's an AI programming class? Oh, that's fun. Is it, let me put it this way, is it actually AI? Or is it more like decision engines for like NPC enemies? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So that's a different thing. Yeah, it's like the decision engines, which we call AI, but it's really not. Yeah, that makes sense, Noah. And hey, thanks for the streak, Colin. So wait, here we see transport web versus transport streamable HTTP. Oh, and it can generate a standard IO as well. I think I'll still just use an SDK, but it is interesting the generators that are out there. And dude, this is insane, right? LibLab, of course, their pricing is insane because they're owned by Postman now. Oh, 99. Let me read this. Hold on. So yeah, we can just replace that page. We're not going to do that. Yep. 3 years ago. Laughs in Raylu. Yep. What is Raylu again? It's like reticulated something. Rectified linear. Yeah. No, reticulated is the loading screen for SimCity. Reticulating spleens. All right, so generating SDKs. Oh, and actually, hold on. Let's just go back here. Right? There is an SDK generator. The free tier, 5 SDK builds per month at no cost. It's not bad. Get most of the languages you'd care about. There's OpenAPI generator, though. And this has way more languages. I know, where was the elixir? It's right here. Now, granted, are these actually good SDKs? Eh. Let's double check with Perplexity. Let's just see what it says. All right, Speakeasy Stainless Fern, sure. Yep. OpenAPI generator. And what's the one we're using? We're using Hey API. Oh, and hold on, Sickly. You had an ML class once, and it went on for a whole year. Basically, the only thing discussed was clustering with k-means. So disappointed, but so disappointed. So much more could have happened, but yeah. Yeah, I never did a course, but one of the companies I used to work at, Fresh Consulting, I think this was a really fun thing they did. They would do they would do a series of offsites. So certain departments would do their thing. So there was like the sales team, they would do an offsite, the design team would do an offsite, and the dev team would do an offsite. And it was a contracting agency, studio, whatever you want to call those things, where like you pay them, they decide who works on stuff, and they got a bunch of clients, right? So a client agency or whatever. So it was like nice to get everyone kind of together, because normally we were just like siloed and wouldn't be able to chat with anyone else about stuff except at like lunch or whatever. And it was just fun. But like one of the years we did one of those offsites, and the main focus was some reinforcement learning stuff. And back when OpenAI was actually open, they had this thing called the gym, in which you could like practice a bunch of these things, and they had like some starters and that stuff, right? So I believe they've moved where it lives. Gym library. Gymnasium now. So unmaintained since 2022. But at least years ago, this was fun. And anyone who's been watching stream for years remembers when we did some of this, right? We had some reinforcement learning running on our ancient Mac Mini, like concurrently while we were doing other stuff. So we got this to pass. I think we got another one to pass. The discrete reinforcement learning is pretty easy, but when you start having things that are like a variable number, like, like floating point versus, like on or off, that's when it gets way tougher. So I don't think I passed any of the non-discrete. I forget the name they use for it, but yeah. Anyone remember when we had the car and it was like Homer and it only knew how to like spin left? So it would just do donuts because I set up the reward loop wrong. Continuous is the term. That's it. Yeah, so there's discrete and continuous. Discrete is basically like when you're watching this thing go, it's only firing left, right, or down one at a time, right? So it's just a simple on-off for either one of these things. With the continuous, all three are available to be done at once, and there's a value between like, between 0 and 1 floating point instead of just like on or off. And yeah, that's how most things in the real world work, right? So yeah, I don't know. We could go back and fiddle with it at some point if we wanted. But it's not maintained. We'd have to try some other stuff. All right, so if we wanted to just do TypeScript and I guess even Python, we could do the Hey API thing. We're already using Hey API to generate our internal SDK for my front end stuff. But it would be nice to have other SDKs, and at that point, OpenAPI Generator might be better, but the output isn't especially great. So then looking at what Perplexity recommended for us. Just see what Perplexity finds for us. Microsoft Kyoto. I don't think I've used that one before. I do feel like I remember looking at it. What languages are supported? Okay. In preview, not started. Yeah, Nori Sikwi. Yeah, I'd love it if I could start streaming earlier. Yep. And tomorrow's a day off. Thursday, I will be back though. Let me see what my meetings might be like on Thursday. Oh, Thursday looks wide open. I might be able to start pretty early on Thursday. I mean, it looks like their TypeScript JSON support is experimental. We do see, yeah, changes made yesterday, 5 days ago, 2 months. The health of it looks pretty good. It is MIT licensed, so we got to fix that. So yeah, it's kept up to date. And ideally, right, we could just do C#, Go, Java, PHP, Python. That's a pretty good list. And then we just do the TypeScript separately. I feel like that would be all right. Okay, I think I like it. We probably want these things to be GitHub Actions, right? I think I'm gonna need to have the clanker build out the action. Yeah, I think that's gonna be the move there. So, first, before we get too far, let's spin up the dev server. And then over here in web, let's do this. Okay, so it builds there just fine. The main gist is we've changed enough that I kind of expected some TypeScript errors, but it doesn't look like we have any. It did a TypeScript check. Okay. Yeah, that seems all right to me. Let's get more music on. Sorry, 1 second. Let's get music first. Sorry, coworker saying something. Okay, so we were able to build. I think we're ready to just publish on up. Ooh, we got a lot of fixes to make though. So yeah, let's commit everything we've done. Let's also just do a build. Dot slash dev SDK. Public open API. Schema thesis, priv. All right. This is feet. Fix all the rest of the schema thesis errors and all right, so we'll push that up to staging for now. God, it is warm. 90.9 degrees in this room. Son of a bitch. In fact, hold on. Let me go grab some ice cubes and let me replace the ice packs in my pocket. You guys don't know about this hack. It's kind of nice. You just take, like ice packs for like, icing an injury or whatever. Put them in your pockets. Right there on the thigh. You can get them in towards like the femoral artery on the inside. It's even better. But let me go grab some ice cubes and get some fresh ice packs, and I will be right back. Is that an ice pack you have there, or are you just happy to see me? Well played. Why not both? That joke would apply even better if I was doing it with Otter Pops. There you go, Krabby. Yep. Okay, so I'm just gonna YOLO it up. Fuck it. All right, we're gonna need better engineering practices and deployments and rollouts here eventually, but I'm basically my only customer. Okay, so yeah, we screenshotted that yesterday, which was nice. We can clear that. We can close that. We can close that. And then in a couple minutes, we'll just do a quick smoke test of just making sure Messijo isn't crashing and burning. But let's get back zoomed in here. All right, so this to me feels like a thing that I want to clank on a bit. Ooh, and the weekly reset. Nice. Okay, so I want to create SDKs for the API. We should be creating them in GitHub Actions. So we should also have a GitHub action that checks the open API spec for changes and prevents publishing, prevents deploying the API if we break things. Or if we that means some endpoints will need to be duplicated. Okay, yeah, versioning becomes tricky. Maybe we could leave versioning as a plan for later. Since this repo is private, we will need to publish the SDKs to a public repo. Have not created that yet, but I can when the time. Okay, so let's continue looking at some of this other stuff. It's probably going to have questions for us in a bit. And yeah, I want to get Vexilla back up and going and fixed at some point too. Right, so there's stuff that we're probably going to want to get into Kepler here. Right, just for the concurrency of it. Right, I am probably going to need to pay for a Claude subscription again. At least to just like run this stuff. Ooh, yeah. Last time you tried Claude, it kept looping in a never-ending loop. Was it singing the song that never ends? Did it just go on and on, my friend? It just started singing it, not knowing what it was. Yeah, it's a heavily vibe coded piece of software. You know, you probably just hit like one of the bad versions. All right, so we'll have this merge to main. GPT 5.5 extra high hasn't failed you yet. Yeah, you probably don't need extra high though. And you're saying 5.5. Oh, yeah, never mind. I was thinking of 5.6. All right, so 5.5 at high, you'll get a decent like bump. The difference between high and extra high probably isn't worth the cost. And then yeah, very similar for Soul. Like I'm doing most of my stuff with Soul, medium. Every once in a while I may decide to bump it up to high, but you know, just throwing that out there as an option. What effort level are you running Soul at? Because from what I've seen, Soul is also like less token heavy. So like at least Soul Medium, yeah, Soul Medium you should be cheaper than 5.5. That's crazy to me that 5.5 extra high isn't hitting limits, but 5.6 Soul is. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, the medium one? Yep. Yeah, I like that one. That one's good. It's especially good because we got bim, bam, boom, medium. We should turn those into emotes, right? Like I was just talking about how how I need to add more emotes for this channel for subs? Yeah. I think we could add all 3 of those. Sure. Good enough for now. Okay. So this part's doing that. Let's look at what we got here. Let's look at the output here. Okay, so yeah, Open API spec diff. Sure. Yep. Yeah, that all looks good. So introduce semantic API contract versions now. Use tags like that. All right. Ooh, and hold on. We're gonna do our schema thesis post. Let's double check some of this. Okay, just want to double check that. All right, so we're gonna create a post. Hold on. Let's at least get the image in there. Just want to double check. Ten seconds faster on a 40-second document. Yeah, dude. Like, dude. Yeah. Flashlight has a 400 token per second output speed. Like, holy shit, dude. Um, is it schemathesis.io? Yeah. All right, so I just wanted to do that so I could share this with work. Um, do we not have a channel? Bip Bop Boom? It's Bim Bam Boom. But you're thinking of like bibbity boppity boop, and we could do some of those too. Why not? But yeah, let me just share this real quick. Dude, my work machine is running so slow in this heat right now. Oh, you were trying to read the lips. Got it. Pretty good. Pretty good, actually, Sammy. There we go. All right, there we go. But yeah, how you doing, Sammy? We're doing well. We are currently just figuring out how we want to build these SDKs. It's going through and telling, like, it's not being prescriptive at the moment. Yep. But yeah, how's everyone doing today? What y'all up to? Yeah, so a narrowly scoped GitHub app. Sure. Open a generated PR. Sure. Oh, then the public repo would do the SDK compilation tests, package signing, etc. Ooh, I like that. Oh, yeah, I like that. That's actually a better approach. I was thinking about doing that all in this. Yep. So yeah, for TypeScript, we're going to use the Hey API thing. Yep. All right, so then for this, now we're not going to use OpenAPI generator. Right, for other languages, instead of OpenAPI generator, I want to use Kyoto. The other languages should be, and then, yeah, from their list. C#, Go, Java. PHP, and Python. And then, so it had some other questions. '80s movie montage level good? Damn right. All this music is, man. Well, maybe not. This is like action sequence. All right, and then second, Okay, cool. So we're gonna kick that off. I do have to use the restroom because I will be sweating and peeing like a mofo because I am just chugging this nice cold water because it's a hot day today. Yeah, I mean, might pass out just standing. Okay. All right. Just double checking. I've been massively cutting down on the whiskey. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to lose weight. That's like the main reason. I'm not gonna go like fully like, cold turkey, but for the most part, like most days I've had at least like one whiskey. And I wouldn't mind getting back to that, but I'm just trying to like cut weight extra well right now. And I read something about the fact that like your liver doesn't necessarily process fat in the right way while it's dealing with processing alcohol. And because I do the intermittent fasting thing, um, I tend to have my whiskey at like 5 o'clock, which means the alcohol's in my system for a good couple hours, right? Which then means that, like, when I do my meal at like, 6 or 7 or whatever, I'm not like properly processing the fat, theoretically. I don't know. It's a theory, not positive. You never enjoyed whiskey? You prefer sour beer? I like a good IPA when it comes to beer, but my problem with beer is it's just like so much that it just like sits in my stomach. Like, I don't know, it gives me like a major bloated feeling where like whiskey and Coca-Cola doesn't. And then if I'm really feeling it, I can just do the whiskey separate. But yeah, I'd like to like lower my tolerance a bit so I can go out and be like a cheaper date for myself when I'm out and about. You know, there's a lot of reasons to just cut down, but definitely not quitting because, you know, my name's Chris and I like to party. You know, if I'm being honest. Started drinking Vietnamese coffee. Super sweet, but gives a good kick. Interesting. Okay. It's almost like the Thai tea. All right, so yeah. All right, and then hold on, let me double check. You normally have a beer most nights. Easy to slip into another though. Always strict with yourself on that. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, it is really easy to just like, well, you know, let's have another. And on certain days, like a Friday night, oh yeah, I'm gonna have another, right? Need to cut back on the bud yourself. Easy to have another J. I mean, that's fine. Very little harm in that. Unless it's messing up your sleep cycle. Like I've found if I smoke too close to sleep, I don't dream. And that gets really annoying. And yeah, Nocturne Signal. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. All right, so you're currently on your second vacation week of 5, and you've written down so many things you need to check out when you get back to work. Are you talking about like the things here from stream? Or just like in your own discovery on your own time? Yeah, exactly. Partial from here. Nice. Which are the things that but if you stop smoking you do and you get insane dreams. Yeah, exactly, Bato. Yep. Yeah, I used to be that way a lot, and I had friends like that a lot too. Like, so much so that they didn't like their dreams and they kept smoking just so they didn't have to dream, which I find questionable. Like, sounds like they should be in therapy. But yeah, which things, Crepe, are you like most stoked to check out when you get back to work? Maybe the API, or sorry, the SDK generation stuff. Maybe schema thesis. I'm just curious, you know. I will say this is one thing that is something I haven't dealt with for ages. Since I've been pretty heavy on the, or not heavy, but consistent with the whiskey, I haven't had a cluster headache in like a couple years at least. Like, we've had maybe a couple precursors that never came to be. Yesterday or this morning, fucking 4:30, 5 a.m., something like that. Definitely was awakened from my slumber with at least a short one, so that was nice. But I'm starting to remember that, yeah, that was actually my fix for when I would have one pop up. I'd chug a bunch of whiskey so I could pass out through it. So yeah, probably need to get that looked at. Really, the only thing to get would be like an oxygen rebreather. You know, just inhale some like 100% oxygen for a bit. One thing I've done that has helped, and I did a little bit this morning, was a little bit of hyperventilating. You know, just get that extra oxygen, but that also does weird stuff with like CO2 and kind of messes with you that way. So yeah, hyperventilating is not necessarily a great idea, but it is a good short-term fix until I can go to a doctor and get it properly fixed, you know, or get like just an emergency oxygen thing. But I hadn't even thought about the fact that, like, dude, we haven't had a cluster headache hit in, it's got to be like 3 years by now, which is crazy. So that hints at like how much whiskey I've been drinking too. Your day job is infrastructure engineering, specifically around AWS. You really enjoy watching the coding side of things, though, so great to watch. I appreciate that. Thank you. We're definitely doing some, like, you know, AI is still, it's a part of the job at this point. We do sometimes hand code, and we did a bunch of that last week, but it's not like we're one or the other, right? We use the tool when it makes sense to use it. Yeah. I've read that like it's actually a trigger for a lot of people. For me, because I was using it to like medicate through it, you know, like by having it be a habit, it like, I don't know, it did something to like the blood vessels, or I don't fucking know. But yeah, like yeah, I don't know. Woke up with one this morning and it sucked. But luckily, did the hyperventilate thing. It was a short one. I don't think it was more than 15 minutes. But it was the worst pain I've felt in a while, which sucks. Like, I've broken my collarbones, my shoulder dislocates. Cluster headache is 10x that shit. Yeah. Like, I was getting them way before I was like drinking much. It was terrible. And then I discovered the fix of like yeah, heavy. Yeah. Oxygen is the way to do it. Yeah. I just got to go get diagnosed, get prescribed, blah blah blah. Oh, yeah. No, it's the worst pain I've ever dealt with, for sure. It is super gnarly. You feel like using AI is almost cheating sometimes? You have a team Claude sub, and it feels like it can just do everything? I've had actually middling results from Claude, especially for design stuff. But I'm also a terrible designer, so I don't know what to tell it to make it give better results. And then, hold on. You're doing backend in Kotlin Go, and generally you don't have any customers in a normal sense, but recently you have a project. So you set up OpenAPI, Swagger, all the goodies. I mean, OpenAPI is Swagger at this point, right? So Swagger was version 2.0. OpenAPI is version 3.0 and 3.1. Oh, it's fine, Crepe. I can read it. That's fine. All the goodies, through home-built Spring framework protobuf, ensuring that is up to date and maybe delivering an SDK is from here. So then you need to check up headless testing harness. Additionally, you're moving away from async since upstream Thane? I don't know what Thane is in that context. Doesn't care. So you want to move to either HTTP 4K or KTOR. I don't know about those. What is HTTP 4K? Not a side project. I like how they had that. That's funny. Yeah, that was a great wall of text. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I think it's worth like learning to hand code, right? You can't learn to hand code, like you can't have taste on what good code looks like until you've like written and read a lot of code yourself. In my opinion. And yeah, using AI to write it. I mean, yeah, using AI is fine, but like you still have to be the person signing off on the code, right? You don't want to just shit out some slop, right? I don't know why my brain wanted to make a Taco Bell joke there, especially because the lettuce thing. But yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, I still think it's valid. Like a lot of the people I'm seeing talking about this stuff, like Dex, are saying like the people using AI the best are people who are already really solid engineers. And I don't know, I like to think that same way, but maybe there's some like confirmation bias to it. But yeah, so HTTP 4K, that's probably like 4 Kotlin, right? Instead of like 4J. Now that I'm actually thinking about that. You've been forcing yourself to learn C sharp for work purposes. You tried learning the AI route and realized that reading books and docs just seemed easier to you and sticks more. I would say, like, the main idea is that, yes, sure, read books and docs. I personally don't think books are valuable unless you're reading, like, an online book that gets updated from time to time. But docs, absolutely. Blog posts, right? Like, things where, like, recency is valuable. Um, but at the same time, like, having like AI be not necessarily a thing that just spits out the code, but a thing that you like talk to. I know talk to, but like you do the back and forth to understand things better. That still has value, I think, especially as they're getting much better at actually understanding things. They hallucinate way less about that stuff. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, Java Grunt. But Java Grunt, no, I'm not using Kotlin myself. Someone was just talking about it. Crepe was talking about how they're considering migrating from, I believe, Spring Boot to HTTP 4K or KTOR. Yeah, there you go. Exactly, Merideo. That makes a lot of sense to me, man. For sure. Yep. And then, yeah, you mentioned arrow.kt. I feel like someone's mentioned arrow.kt before in this stream. What is upstream Feign? Open Feign? I've never heard of that. Yeah. So keep in mind, Java Grunt, Crepe's on vacation right now. The call is Feign upstream, and then it becomes a reactive client later. Okay. And I'm guessing reactive client is basically like an SDK? Yeah. If you guys want to like message each other just to like get the contact details thing settled, I think that would be a good idea. No, not like that. I'm just saying, like, you probably don't want to dox, like links to schedule calls or any of that stuff, right? Like passing emails back and forth, whatever. That's all. I was just saying you probably don't want to dox it to 60 people. And, anyone that watches the VOD at some point. But yeah, so let's continue. I like the conversations and we can keep chatting. I just want to like keep the clanker clanking along. Small and simple at the egress point. Sure, that makes sense. And then, yeah, Nocturne. So you mentioned you do a lot of AWS stuff. Is that, are you doing like Kubernetes within AWS, or are you doing just full on like AWS primitives? I'm always curious about that. Because if you're not aware, like basically the entire reason that Google like open sourced what was known as Borg as Kubernetes was because they realized that they couldn't compete, right? Like getting people to migrate off of AWS is a really heavy thing to do. But if you get people using Kubernetes, that's at least half of the effort that you can save them to get them onto like other platforms, right? So Microsoft and Google collaborating to make Kubernetes a thing, I think is one of the smartest things they've ever done. You're an Amplify stan? See, I think Amplify doesn't make any sense. There's just so much stuff you can glue together for so much cheaper, right? With just a little bit of effort. doing maybe some basic lambdas, S3 CloudFront stuff, you're done, right? Like API gateway in front of the lambdas, or just a raw EC2 if you need it. Like, I understand that Amplify makes it easier, but it also like adds a premium on top, in my opinion. I haven't looked at the dollars and cents for a while, so maybe they've reduced the overhead. It's the full end-to-end integration with everything. Yeah. I tend to think about cost because I'm a broke boy. Right? This stuff's coming out of my pocket. So yeah, like technically at this point, I'd be using Cloudflare instead for most of it, right? Yeah, maybe Boto, but as far as I remember, Amplify is still like there's a premium you pay for that, end to end, whatever. Or at least there used to be. Let me put it that way. Like back when Focus Otter was working at AWS. Yeah, no worries, Java Grunt. Oh, so you're seeing the hairline or lack thereof it in high definition, huh? There's no markup on Amplify? I feel like there used to be. Oh yeah, it's like the build stuff. Like, I don't know. Maybe that was what I was thinking of. Oh, yeah, I feel like a big part of it was I swear there was something else. Oh, beautiful. I wasn't talking about Kubernetes related to Amplify in any way whatsoever. No, and what I'm actually pointing out is like, dude, there were so many things showing you like, oh, deploy your React app, to Amplify. And like some of the costs you'd pay for like SSR just didn't make any sense. So maybe I was misunderstanding that, but almost every demo I saw was doing SSR. Even on like React app stuff that was like CSR. So you're still paying for like the server hit, Whereas instead that could just be CloudFront and S3. I blame Focus Otter and a bunch of those people for messing that up. Okay, so you're not talking about deploying front ends. I think that's what I was talking about. Like all the demos I've ever seen, Amplify seemed like like a front end or SSR deployment mechanism. Because that was all the, I'm a front end dev, so at all the conferences and meetups I went to where people were talking about Amplify, they were showing front end stuff, and it never made any sense to me. So I think that's the big thing there. Yeah. So I guess I never realized that Amplify was for more than that. I thought Amplify was purely just like front end and like SSR front end with, basically like Next.js. Or more like Vercel. I'm good on Giraffical. I think GraphQL is an interesting idea, and at least it's better than oh god, what's the other thing? Oh god, I'm trying to remember the other thing that allows you to like select the fields you want based upon like query params and shit. What am I thinking of? Hold on. At least GraphQL is better than that thing I'm thinking of. Not gRPC. OData. At least it's better than OData. At least it's better than OData. But yeah, I don't know. I think a backend for front end approach is better than GraphQL in almost every case. If you're just trying to like save, bytes for your users, right? If you're trying to like reduce HTTP requests, things like that. I personally hate GraphQL. Like in implementation, as an idea, it's interesting, but in general implementation, it's so easy to get like n+1 query problems and like, I don't know, just one leaf node slowing down every query. That makes sense. Okay. Sure. Sounds kind of cool. Payment processing instead of Stripe? I mean, Stripe's kind of the gold standard. But there's another, what is it, Polar.sh? That's a decent one. How about this? I don't know what recommendation to give you until I understand why you don't like Stripe. Stripe has 5% fees? No, it doesn't. It's 2.9 and then 30 cents. Oh, you're talking about Polar. Okay. So why don't you like Stripe? Oh. Well, what were you doing? You had a meeting with Polar? Yeah, I mean, Polar's nice because they do the usage-based billing thing as well as all the other stuff instead of you having to like glue together other things. Because of a dispute. Are you not doing a proper refund policy? Because that'll get you banned from any platform. Terms and privacy are separate from having a proper refund policy and refunding people when it matters. Right? Just for EU purposes, as an example. I think California even has a similar law. It might be different. I'm thinking of GDPR that California has a similar law for. But I know the EU has the refund policy thing. And I would assume Stripe just enforces that everywhere. Yeah, I don't know. That is a bit of a red flag, like Botto pointed out. But there's Exola. I feel like that's about all you have as options at this point. Yeah, canceling on a single dispute sounds weird. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure what that is, CBR. What are you talking about? Oh yeah, Xola is going to have the 5% as well. I think that's maybe what Polar or whatever does as well. I think they do the merchant of record, at which point like the 5% transaction fee is kind of worth it, just to save you the tax stuff. If it's just for this week, the 5% shouldn't matter. You can do PayPal. All right, let's close some stuff. Let's get back to it. All right, so the backend proposal, right? Harden the public open API document. So stable consumer-facing operation IDs. I like that. Yeah, exactly, Nocturne, right? Quibbling over an extra 2%. PayPal fees suck. They're the same. They're basically the same as Stripe. Right? So 3 with no fixed fee, or $3.49 with a 50-cent fee. And that's fine, CBR, but beggars can't be choosers. These are your options. That's it, dude. Figure it out, make a decision, move on. Depending on your country, there may be other options too. Depends on where your customers are. Shopify payments? Yeah, I wonder how well that would work. I wonder how well that would work, like, headlessly, you know, if you're not hosting on Shopify. Is that something they permit? Interesting. Wouldn't mind chatting about it. Anyone here heard of Zurge? Apache license? Nice. Oh, that makes sense, Bada. Yeah, that could be worth it. Hold on, we'll skip this song. Yeah, anyone here ever heard of this or messed with it? Yeah, it seems interesting. All right, it's Rust, so just single binary. Yep. It's nice. Definitely feels like AI writing here in the README, which is fine. Oh, this? Okay, so like terabyte scale stuff. Okay, so that actually makes sense. So this is something you'd be deploying maybe at like an enterprise for like business level data. You know, if you've heard my story before about how my mom worked at Microsoft optimizing SQL queries for like business query stuff, some of those queries were running for like 24 hours and she optimized them down to like 6, right? Because it's just so much data. I think at that scale, turning AI loose on it here would make sense. Sure. Or not AI, yeah, turning AI loose on it with this as the thing to do the searching. But honestly, doesn't AI write decent enough SQL queries where that might not be a problem either? So I guess instead, like, 6 hours for a SQL query is still a long time. Would you improve on that? Possibly. So I guess here's the tricky part, right? Like it's just doing Claude, like dash P, right? It writes good enough grep. Yeah, but you're not doing grep on like a full-on database, you know? I guess searching through logs, like would you be at terabytes of data with logs? Only the biggest enterprises, right? financial enterprises, you know, like things like that. I could see that. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like an interesting and cool project. Let's get to the main. Yeah, I think it's worth sharing. Yeah, pretty cool. I don't think it has much of a place for like the things I build because I don't build anything at quite that scale. But maybe eventually. Yeah, seems nifty. Largest data set you touch right now is like 20 to 50K. That's a pretty small database. I'm pretty sure the Messijo database is bigger than that. I'd have to log into Cloudflare to find out. But yeah, nifty stuff. Oh man, someone's cooking something that smells delicious. All right, so back to what we're building here. Oh, per query. Per query. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and I don't think I'm doing my data pruning properly yet right now, but, you know, if we look at Messijo's billing, no single customer is really going to be dealing with anything too crazy. Maybe 500,000 lens results per month eventually, but we don't have any customers like that yet. Okay. I like it. Do it. All right, so then we kicked this off. Some Olama malarkey. All right, so then in here, hold on. Yep, it committed that. Perfect. We can update Pi. Am I just using GPT in the terminal? For certain projects, yes. And then for other projects, I plan on using Kepler. But there's just certain things where I just want to work within what we got. And I know Messijo can do that, but I just feel like I don't have a great reason. It's just what I'm comfortable with. But yeah, we should be using Kepler for more stuff. Yeah, I just linked it. It's right there for you. So I work at GitKraken. GitKraken has this new like ADE, agentic development environment, similar to Conductor or T3 code or whatever, right? But with our own take on it, aimed at, people working on teams and working at companies, not necessarily vibe coders. You can still do vibe coding with it, but this is geared more towards like, oh, do you have, issues to like start work on? Do you have pull requests that you want to start a review on? Things like that. Like here, let me just show. We were to create a new task, we'd pick our repo, and you can do multiple repos with it, which is interesting. And then you can like start from a pull request. Do you want to, let's see, if we select this, do we want to address feedback on the pull request, or do we want to actually review the pull request, right? Things like that. And, it'll do some other stuff for you instead of you telling the clanker to like pull in the pull request comments and things like that. It'll be part of this like entire flow, right? And then starting from issues, similar idea. And because it's GitKraken, right, it wires up to like all of the platforms that you have available. So, GitHub, Bitbucket, GitLab, Azure DevOps, Jira, Trello, Linear, which we added recently. So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of nice. And the fact that you're even getting like a nice preview of the issue in here, that's kind of nice too. Oh no, yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff. Just a lot of it doesn't necessarily fit what I'm doing as like a solo dev, Yeah, it's worth a shot. Check it out. And if you have feedback, right, there's a button right here in the app, but you can also just message me on Discord. That's the best place to send me feedback, just because I don't always see whispers, which I just mentioned. Hold on, I should double check and see if I have any whispers, because I'm bad about those. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. But yeah, if you got feedback, features, fixes, it's still very new. So, Canal Cheese, one of our viewers, gave us some awesome feedback. It was maybe somewhat harsh in places, but it's still valid. So, whatever. I passed it on, though I did clean it up a bit, but I did like show the full, unfiltered stuff too. But yeah, passed it through a clanker just to like clean it up, group things, and blah blah blah. But yeah, happy to take in feedback and pass it on. One a.m. for you right now. Okay. The UK? You don't have to say. Sorry. I'm not trying to dox you or anything. Nailed it. Okay, so hold on. Let's do this before I forget. So yeah, over here for GK CLI bench, this is our first time using superpowers. I'm on the fence about superpowers. It doesn't seem quite as good as some of the other things I've used, but it does seem like it's better at doing parallel work, right? So think about stuff where you need work trees and blah, 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 and you're not using some tool like Kepler to do the work trees for you. Superpowers does seem pretty good for that. But it had a hard time finding its skills. I don't like the fact that it can't install superpowers into the local repo. Like it had to install it globally. I feel like it would have been fine finding what it needed if it installed it into the repo instead. All right, so yeah, that one clanking along. We're using GLM for that. Hold on, wait. Does Olama have? When does Kimi K3 get released? Is that 27th? I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, and that's right. I have not tried Hermes Agent. Like the whole open claw thing and like Hermes Agent thing like really missed me. I I don't know. I'm not handing my credit card to a fucking clanker. You know? So like what would I have Hermes do for me? I don't know. Like I'd still rather just have a regular clanker spit out reproducible like scripts that I run rather than just like letting Hermes run wild, you know? But I mean, a lot of people do like Hermes. I do think it's just funny that like hold on, have you guys seen Google Trends? Like, dude. This is past 24 hours. Hold on. Let's go past year. Right? Like, damn, dude. So yeah, basically OpenClaw was a psyop. Yeah, so Hermes before that was most likely just other stuff, right? Like the clothing brand or Greek bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Or people interested in fucking mythology, Swiss tourist. And it's pronounced Hermes. I think. I don't know. I've heard someone say that shit. It's as stupid as the Balenciaga bullshit. But okay, yeah, heard horror stories of it getting out of hand. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I will say I am a little jealous of that Peter Steinberger dude. Basically getting like headhunted and employed by OpenAI and then being able to burn $1 million worth of tokens a month. But it's also why I don't fucking trust anything him or Boris Cherny say because they have an unlimited fucking agent budget. Why are we listening to these assholes tell us we should be running 1,000 agents a night? Why is anyone listening to them? I think a mute does enough. It's not like he's going to interact with you. I do find it odd when people do the block thing instead of a mute. Like, I'm blocked by John Famous. And I've never even tagged him or mentioned him. He reached out to me via DM. So yeah, he's kind of a dickhead. Yeah, they just pump out the latest. Yeah, they're just there to, like, they're marketing, right? They're not actual devs. They're just marketing. And granted, I'm a developer advocate, so I'm basically just marketing too, but not on my stream. All right, let's get more music going, though. But yeah, anyone who posts rage bait, I guess there's a big difference, though, right? Do you have me blocked? Because I post, like, I make shit posts. I don't think they're rage bait, but there is a fine line. I love a good shit post. Like that GitHub one that got over 100,000 views. That was just funny, right? Come on. That wasn't rage bait. You post show off posts so you can get hired? I don't know. Okay, makes sense, Vada. No worries. That was a quality shit post, though. Hold on. I'm really proud of it. It was a while back. Oh, this one. Yeah, this one. Dude, that's a solid shit post. I'm really proud of it. I think it's my first post that's gotten over 100K. Right? Like, that's just a fun shit post, right? Come on. I don't know if anyone needs to, but I don't know. I like to post. I like to have fun. But I'm also on Blue Sky. Anything technical, I tend to post to LinkedIn as well. If it's a shit post, I don't tend to post it to LinkedIn, which is almost like the exact opposite of LinkedIn posting. LinkedIn is majority shit posts. They're just thinly veiled. But yeah, thanks, Frank. I appreciate that, man. All right, so yeah, and dude, it is hot. 91.9 degrees Fahrenheit in this room right now. What is that in Celsius for Europeans? 33 degrees Celsius. I'm melting. I am melting. It is miserable right now. I'm tempted tomorrow to bring my laptop somewhere that has air conditioning. Like, I'll go find a bar or a restaurant or something and just hang out in there all day. I gotta figure out where I can do that. How do I survive without AC? I mean, I'm barely doing it right now. But I live in Washington State, and we only get a handful of days like this a year. It's increasing over time, of course. But yes, I am slowly looking for a place that has AC. I just haven't decided if I want to move closer to the city or farther from the city, right? Closer to the city, you know, I'd be near a bunch of cool venues and stuff. Further from the city, I could have a yard, which I don't necessarily care that much about, but a place to put a barbecue would be nice. You know, like a smoker. That would be awesome. Place to grow like blueberry bushes would be cool. Having an herb garden would be nice. But yeah, only the ultra wealthy have AC in Washington. I mean, not quite. There's places that have it. You do pay a bit of a premium in rent to get those places though. But not like it's not terrible. All right. So yeah, this handoff doc. They created it, sweet, and it's linked in the README, sweet. So yeah, we're ready for the specifications so we can kick off OpenSpec to try and like build some of this. While we're doing that though, let's go create no, not Gitbench. All right, so we've got the SDKs repo kicked off. Yeah, I think we could get this part over into here. Have I tried the Quen models? I think we tried locally hosting like 3.6, like the 27B mixture of experts and the 35B dense model. Or I'm thinking of Gemma. I think we tried it locally. It's all right. As far as like production goes. Sorry, 1 second. Right, sorry. I was just passing on schema thesis to our back end team, just in case they're curious. I do need some water. I'm gonna grab some more ice cubes, and my ice packs in my pocket are body temperature now. So I'm gonna go replace those. And get some more water and ice cubes, and I will be right back. Give me a sec. Man. It's just, oh, stubbed a toe. That's fun. I might lose that pinky toenail. It's not like they're important anyway. All right, got the fresh ice packs. Oh, they're nice. Let's get tropical. All right, so this is HTTPS. Messijo app. Need to get some sleep? Nah, thank you for chilling, man. Yeah, for sure. And I'll be back on this stream on Thursday. So maybe see you then, for sure. Hold on 1 second. One second, sorry, work thing. All right. Quen models are your default? Is that because you're doing a lot of local stuff there, Java Grunt? Because, yeah, like, I found the Quen models to be fairly slow, and they burn a bunch of tokens. Because you're running local. Got it. Got it. Yeah, as far as coding goes, they're better than the Gemma models. So that makes sense. Oh, tool calling as well. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. What was it? I feel like there's what was the name of it? It's like the DeepSeek DS4. DS4. You may check out trying to run the DeepSeek models, because I think you'll get better results out of DeepSeek than Quen. Right? And this is like heavily quantized. Oh, cool. Yeah, anti-res is awesome. He's the not the Flask dude. Wait, what was the big thing he did? Redis. I keep forgetting that. I'm like, dude, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, so theoretically, you need enough RAM for it. But you could do the Q2 quantization and be pretty good. Yeah, theoretically, this can run GLM 5.2. So yeah, I'd heavily check those out. Yep. Okay. So, this is SDKs. Folder name, Messijo SDKs. Sure. Oh, I guess because we haven't done any pushes yet. Right. Okay. So, let's do this. Ooh, someone's doing some like barbecue or something. That smells amazing. All right. Messijo app. This repo is home to the sure, good enough for now. We've still got it in the project command. But yeah, and it does more than Blue Sky. It does Blue Sky, Hacker News, and Lobsters at the moment. I'm thinking we're going to focus on tech, so instead of Reddit first, we're going to do lemmy.world, and maybe, like, if there's, like, a good Mastodon, like, community to watch, we could do dev.to. We could do a bunch of those things that I think would be valuable. Oh, and I missed a follow. Kaylee? Kaylee Kamioka? Maybe it's Kylie? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so okay, so then we'll just start from there. Though we're not quite ready to start. And actually, hold on, we want to do a smoke test. Let me go back to Messijo app. Let's double check that the API deployed properly. Oh no! Well, hold on. I think that's just some testing. Actions, building. Yeah, the testing pipeline fails. But the build worked fine. All right, so now we should make sure Messijo still actually works. All right, so that stuff's good. Let's make sure we can log back in. Okay. I'd say that's good enough. Ooh, JLem had a bug that he wanted fixed. What was that bug, though? Oh, what was that bug? Hold on. Maybe we have it in the Discord. I want to see if, like, our API validation ended up catching that one bug. Deleting a keyword. Yes. Oh, this one takes a while because it's so many. This one may time out. Let's try it with a smaller one. Okay, so it looks like we've still got an issue in doing our delete. Oh, yeah. Now, so we've had this bug. We should definitely fix that. Let's reproduce. And I guess here's the thing. Let me get more music going first. All right, real quick. Crunchy or chill? What kind of music should we do? And oh, God. No. Y'all want chill? All right, all right. Actually, hold on, hold on. Same artist, but they got a new album that we haven't heard yet. Interesting we had that time zone issue. Okay, so in dev, we can do it. Oh. I was wondering why that never worked. Oh, there we go. Hmm. Is it the count? It's got to be the count. Let me just double check some stuff here. Let's do this. Let's look at PG admin. There we go. All right, so we see bar in there. Oh, yeah, I know that fix. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. So the fuzz testing didn't quite catch everything, right? Because it's setting up its database with an initial state. So yeah, it's not perfect. It's in our update. Dude, I'm liking this album. It is very chill. Let's do this. This is going to be count response. Let me double check. What? It's not. Yep. Sorry, I was doing the wrong caret. There we go. And then bam, just in that time, 52 on red. Like, dude, it goes quick. All right, so then if we go to delete, oh. Okay, so that hints that we are probably timing out. Okay. Oh, what's that one? Dude. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, the fuzz testing isn't perfect. It doesn't catch everything. How did we not test creating a keyword? What? Yeah, what was the error that we got? I believe that would have been a 500, yeah? Yeah, 500. Should fix all these warnings. So this could be it. Yeah, interesting. Well, we'll just fix it because we know what the actual fix is. Go back to it. All right, we got inserted, updated at. It's read and unread is going to be empty on initial post, right? All right, so that should be good for that now. No. Oh, wrong one. Wrong place. We're in the wrong controller. There we go. Yeah, and technically it was already succeeding. So let's just delete a few of these. We do have a timer on this page. Nice. I forgot all about that. Yeah. I think that's nice. So yeah, we see that value tick up. Perfect. Okay, so now that we've done that, we can edit. Okay, perfect. And then we'll let that tick up to a bunch of things. But I guess while that is waiting, we go to Messijo, hit the dashboard, go to keywords. Let's look at what's actually happening here. Okay, yeah, so I think the issue here is that we're timing out. So what we actually want to do is think about if we have greater than X amount of things, right? So like here, social media manager works fine. So yeah, it's just any number above a certain amount. Hmm. So yeah, the fix for that might be kicking this into like an Oban like queued item, and we just chunk 1,000 at a time. Explain it out loud one more time. So we're hitting a maximum timeout of our query, and the query then like just doesn't succeed. So hold on. Let's double check this. Because Theo had a good comment. I'm curious about what tasks it's doing that on, but yeah. So I'll give it a like, but let's look at this real quick. And then more music. That was a short album. So speed, latency, the end-to-end response time. Right? What am I missing there? Right? Like, what am I missing here? Right? Intelligence index versus speed. Gemini's like the tip top. Right? It may not be the most intelligent, but as far as like speed versus intelligence, it completely shifted the entire quadrant. Right? Java grunt. On Messijo? No, it's an API call that's taking too long. Right? And technically, I think it's a database call that's taking too long. Right? The whole problem is we're trying to delete things from our database, and it's 16,000 records. That delete seems slow. The read is fast, the delete is slow. But I'm not sure there's anything to be done with that. Technically, we could speed up the database by, instead of using cascade like constraints, we could just manually delete instead. I think that would actually speed things up. We're using Postgres. But no matter what, like, the issue is still going to be prevalent if we have 260K, right? At some point, we're going to hit an upper bound of what's possible with how we're doing it, like cascade or manual request anyway. So instead, we should be chunking. But should we be making the user wait for that? Or should we be deleting behind the scenes? So instead, it should be an OBAN request that we, like, you know, that we eventually resolve. And hold on. Oh, wrong thing. Where's this Finder window? Oban is a message queue. Or it's the way to think of it. It's an Elixir native message queue. So it lives within the same machine, same everything. It lives within your same database. So you're not having to spin up like, Kafka or any of that other stuff. I think it's really only important if you're using Elixir. If you're using any other thing, you probably want to spin up Kafka or RabbitMQ or whatever, right? But because this is an Elixir backend, Oban is the perfect fit. And actually, hold on. Let me show you. Here you go. This is probably a better place to read about it. Their website is incredibly slow. It must be Next.js. Boom, roasted. Now it's Phoenix. Right? Why the fuck are they using Phoenix for marketing pages? Why the fuck are they using Phoenix for marketing pages? It's just bad engineering, dude. It's misunderstanding the problem to solve. Yeah, they have improved the website at least. Distributed concurrency. I mean, it's Elixir, so the distribution is just Elixir, right? Like, that's the whole magic of it. If you're not aware of how distributed Elixir and Erlang are, you should definitely look into that Java run. Like, it's something the JVM can't do at the same level. And it's all because of a thing called OTP, the Open Telephony Protocol. I think it's Open Telephony. Yeah, the Erlang OTP. I could be wrong about what OTP stands for, though. Open Telecom Platform. My bad. Open Telecom Platform. I knew it was for telecom because that's what Erlang was originally for. Oh, but you chipped a tooth? Oof. That's brutal, man. Which tooth? I've got a bunch of chipped teeth. So it is one of your molars? Yeah, just not your farthest back molar. Yeah, those ones suck. My very furthest back molar is missing 2 of the cuspids, or like 2 of the points. But because it is filled with metal, it's been fine for like 4 years. Like 4.5 years. I've been missing an entire half of my back molar on the bottom left here for 4.5 years. Never experienced any pain or anything from it because it's more metal than tooth. I'm basically Jaws from fucking James Bond. I still chew with it and everything. It wore down over time. It was cutting up my tongue for a while, but it's worn down. And it's like the furthest back. So it's really only like the very corner there. But, I do like bite it from time to time and it's a little annoying. But yeah, I have metal fillings in all of my molars. Half of the bicuspids. And then I've got like ceramic on like all the front teeth. Yeah. When it comes to like eating popcorn, I chew the kernels, and that is a huge mistake. You should not do that. Hindsight's 2020. I just can't eat popcorn anymore. But I've chipped like the majority of my front teeth. A lot of times from like snowboarding, like, landing super hard and putting my knee to my chin or something. Like I said, I'm basically a very short version of Jaws from James Bond. But yeah, so I mean, I just gotta chime in. Like, this is the thing about Twitter, right? You get a bunch of people cargo culting, right? Theo's smart. Like, I think maybe he was just purely looking at it from a coding endpoint. But then you get just a bunch of like other people chiming in, cargo culting, right? Just following the cult of personality. They're all just missing the point. Not every model has to be a coding model. But I do find that just like so much of an example of how Twitter is, you know? And it's just funny to me. Like there's a lot of tunnel vision. And people love to shit on Google, you know, which I can't blame them for. Google deserves it, right? You've seen the graveyard, right? Yeah, Reddit's worse than Twitter, in my opinion, right? Because at least on Twitter, you get people like capable of talking about these things, talking about it. On Reddit, you get people cargo culting and they're not even like capable most of the time. Like the people that comment are almost like statistically like 80% most likely to be someone who has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. Meanwhile, it feels like on Twitter, there's a bit of that just like cult of personality thing where people just want to agree with their heroes or something, right? Which I totally fucking get. I'm trying to think of a good example. I have opinions that I've said, and Gary Bernhardt has disagreed, and it made me heavily, heavily question it later. I didn't necessarily change my mind, but it made me really, really think about it. You know? And then there's plenty of other things where he's totally changed my mind, you know? But yeah, like, I don't know. At some point, yeah, it's okay to be a fan, but you still need to, like, think critically. But yeah, so Java Grunt, just real quick. Twitter usually, yeah, has your reputation face attached, whereas most people on Reddit are anonymous. So there's no repercussions for being so blatantly wrong, right? So at least on Twitter, I feel like you get at least a little more people like thinking it through and not necessarily being as toxic. And I'm talking only in tech, right? Regular Reddit, regular Twitter, ugh, fuck those people. Like, fuck that. I hope I never go viral enough for like regular Twitter to see my shit. That would suck. Tech Twitter is all I need. I hope I never get a fucking front page Reddit post. That would suck. Like, you know? But then, okay, so back to it, Java Grunt. If you're unfamiliar with OTP and Elixir and Erlang, the idea is that every single thing in Erlang is a process. And every single, by proxy, Elixir. Because Elixir is just a syntax extension to Erlang, basically. Not literally, but basically. So at that point, right, the idea is that every single thing, every module, whatever, is a process. And every single, like, passing of data between these things is message passing. So there's no such thing as a reference. It doesn't exist. You are passing data, right? So it's a data-first message passing format. Because of that, the process that you're passing your message to doesn't even need to be on your same machine. You get, you know, like cloud level multi-machine, multi-VM concurrency for free by just doing things like DNS discovery or IP discovery. So in general, if you're using Elixir, there's basically no fucking point to something like Kubernetes. It's already embodying the idea that Kubernetes is trying to solve for other languages that don't support it. Does that mean it's absolutely the most performant thing in the world for certain stuff? No. Right? There are certain things where it is really the wrong choice. And a lot of that comes down to like CPU heavy number crunching. Without references, CPU heavy number crunching cannot be heavily parallelized because you have to like pass stuff over, right? But again, it's about using the right tool for the job. And most of what I'm doing is not CPU heavy. And, you know, where are you going to be doing that CPU heavy stuff? Probably your database. Your database should be heavily optimized. So you probably don't want to do your heaviest data inside of Elixir. You farm out to a database like Postgres. Exactly. And the reason it can do that is because you can spin up another RabbitMQ instance. And as long as you have like the discovery layer looking at your DNS or whatever thing to discover new nodes as they're spun up, boom, your cluster increases at the drop of a hat, right? Just boom, done. That's the magic of it. Yeah, Elixir's really fucking cool. The only problem is it is not as strictly typed as a lot of other things, but it is strongly typed. And having to explain the difference for that, you know, some people get tripped up. But Elixir is a strongly typed language. It's not a strictly typed language. What that means is pattern matching. You know, matching on a module as its name, right? Or matching on like another thing. So I don't know. There's always pros and cons, but there's a reason stuff like RabbitMQ is built on it. And basically, to do the same thing in other languages requires a lot more heavy lifting, a lot more like orchestration and bullshit, which is boom, like the evolution of, you know, Kubernetes and things like that. Ooh, time to first token. That, yeah, sorry, someone, like, I've got the Twitter on the side. So, like, you know, that is a very good question. Ah, okay, so yeah, this person chimes in. Yeah, very good call. Yeah, seems like that dude's got a good head on his shoulders. Okay, so back to what we're doing. Yeah. So we want to think about the right way to solve this problem, and I do think some kind of Oban request is the answer. Or not Oban request, but Oban thing. Because we don't want to necessarily make the user wait. For like a big thing to be deleted. So we kind of need to get the idea of a soft delete. And I think I'm okay turning the clanker loose on that. So then, yeah, I'm curious if JLEM's bug was the same thing. So yeah, let's throw it on into here. This is not going to be for the SDKs, though. This is going to be not that folder. Yeah. Other guys getting roasted. Hold on. God, yeah, I just don't think absolute intelligence is the important thing, right? And comparing, right, like the frontier models to a Flash model just doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, hold on. Now hold on. Let's double check this. We were looking at, what one was it? Speed latency? End-to-end response time. Sol medium. Oh, he's doing time per task. Oh. And didn't I show that? But yeah, hold on. So end to end, let's add Luna. All right. So yeah, Luna medium is faster. That's a good point. Let's try. Yeah, Luna Max is in there. I guess that's a problem with these results. Like the Flash models don't show their reasoning levels. But yeah, nah. So he's right on that. So yeah, the per task value. Right? I feel like this is a cap theorem problem. But it does seem like he's getting really heated about this, right? Okay, so hold on. Right, so his excludes TTFT and overhead time. Right? Like, am I wrong here? But dude, his phrasing. Like, come on, man. Why is he being such a dick about it? I know. Fuck me, right? Expecting people to be civil on the internet? Weird. Like, I don't know, man. I know it's Twitter, but Jesus Christ, like, we know each other. You know? It's not just about disagreeing, it's about disagreeing while being a dick about it. But whatever. I mean, saying Jesus fucking Christ. What tone would you expect from something like that? This seems to me like he's been arguing with people all across a bunch of different threads for way too long. Yeah. Right? But dude, why get frustrated about a thing when we're simply looking at different data and this data should be considered? Excluding TTFT, I don't think is right. Well, no, that's not his fault though, Kenny. My first screenshot cropped out the name, so that was my fault. So I messed up on that first screenshot. And I wonder if that's like where he's spiraling. Right? I don't think using the WebSocket connection would be fair, you know? Did I ever get into Vaporwave? No, I can't stand the slowed down vocals. I know not all Vaporwave uses it, but it's so prevalent that it's really annoying.
I hate those songs that sound like baby.
You know, I can't stand that shit. But what up, Ketsu? How you doing? Vaporwave, more like Vaporware. No, I'm kidding. If you like that shit, that's fine. I do like funk. Yeah, for sure. We could put on some. Hold on. Theo's ran a lot of numbers, but he's not doing LangChain stuff. Right? There are production workflows that matter. But hold on, hold on. He's gonna quote tweet me. I'm gonna quote tweet him. Yeah, we're battling. Thankfully, you can just use Agent Core instead of LangChain. I don't think that changes anything, though. Right, Vigorge? Right? Like Agent Core versus LangChain, it's still just this like workflow of things that you like string together. At that point, you're still doing like a request response. Hold on. So he is right about that. I don't have any numbers there. And Ketsu, first computer 30 years ago. Yeah, trying to remember who did it now. God, I can't believe I forgot. It wasn't Canal Cheese. I believe the name does start with a C. No. It was never mind. It was I forget the exact numbers. Like 686 or something like that. Yeah, they're the ones that did it. Yeah, it should remind you, I think, theoretically of like PowerShell. Oh, you're talking about the MS DOS. Oh, that's right. Yeah, good call. I mean, some of these names couldn't be that long. Right? Some of these names would be truncated as far as the file path goes, right? But okay, so back to what we're doing. Yeah, we're going to prompt a clanker about it. I wish I could remove a repo. Yep, dirt. Hold on, wait. Dirt. This is Kepler. So yeah, it's our Git Kraken take on like an ADE, an agentic development environment. Hey, gee whiz Jay, Mr. Sir. I'm gonna be in New York again for JS Nation. I don't know if I can announce the reason yet, but it's not for an accepted talk. And I haven't gotten the itinerary, and the hotel room hasn't been booked. But I'll be there. Problem is that TwitchCon is on that same weekend. So, like, basically, I'm going to be at TwitchCon Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday, fly out to New York for, for JS Nation. But, like, then Monday is the event. So, yeah, I gotta leave TwitchCon fairly early on Sunday, which is fine because a lot of people leave on that day anyway. So it'll be the first time I haven't stayed for the entire thing, but I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I probably won't be able to do anything Sunday night, right? Because I don't want to stay out too late because I'm going to have to wake up early for the Monday thing. And then Tuesday is React Summit, and I may have to wake up early for that. But then after React Summit, there's going to be like the party, and I believe you can just come and hang out at the party if you want. Like, I'm pretty sure it'll be like last year. They'll just give drink tickets to people who were at the event. So yeah, Tuesday night could work. I might try and stick around for like that Wednesday and then fly out Thursday. Because I do want to go see like another comedy show. I always enjoy going to those. So yeah, I'll try and remember to keep you posted. Yeah. I get it. I get it. Yeah, I feel like they're gonna have to rebrand eventually, right? Like the further things go, I don't think being a language specific conference matters as much anymore. Right? Like the more AI is in the loop, you end up just changing. I mean, I don't know. It's like saying, should GoConf not exist? Should RustConf not exist? So I don't know. I guess it's tough. But like part of the problem is like, dude, a lot of these events, even if they're AI or even if they're JavaScript focused, like Cascadia JS, half the talks are AI. You know? I do still think it matters. I think there's important stuff. Like even with AI, right? Like I think Dylan Mulroy, he's a huge fanboy of Effect TS, right? Or just Effect at this point. And at that point, like I don't know. Yeah, like even if you're clanking, right? Even if you're using a clanker, theoretically Effect gives it better guardrails or something. I don't know. I haven't used Effect. I don't like building backends in TypeScript in general. Like I'll do lambdas, I'll do Cloudflare workers stuff. But at this point, like, I would probably rather do Rust for my lambdas. Does Cloudflare workers support Rust in their workers? If so, I'd probably rather do that. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't like JavaScript, TypeScript for the back end much these days, unless it's just like a quick demo. But right, there's the max day stuff. Like if I'm sitting inside of a Lambda, it's almost like bad engineering to not do Rust at this point. You know, you'll do simple Lambdas, but only if you know it'll stay that way. See, I don't mind. Like the way I do it is I do a Lambda per endpoint, and you kind of want to do that when you want to do like major stuff. Even in any language, right? You still want to do a Lambda per endpoint rather than a Lambda for your entire API, because you're going to hit that, like, what is it, 10K concurrency limit? So at least if you're spreading that load between endpoints, that helps, right? But if you're doing that for like just 10,000 concurrency limit of your API, well, that's way worse. Yeah, exactly. And keep in mind, like the 10,000 concurrency limit for like Lambda, it's not that it's like 10,000 requests, it's 10,000 instances. So your instance that stays hot could serve a bunch of fucking requests, right? It's just more like having 10,000 like VPSs or whatever, right? So you should be able to hit 100K TPS with, the 10K limit on your API, but like you're gonna hit a limit, way quicker than if you were doing it per endpoint. At Zon? Oh, I don't know what Zon is. But if you're over 250K, you should be using EKS. I think it depends. Oh, Amazon, at the Zon. Okay, yeah. Is that what people inside of Amazon call it? Like people who talk about pizza, but they're talking about za? No? Okay. No, that makes sense. I think I get that. Because then, even at that point, if you're doing EKS, you could still be spinning up, oh shit, what's the thing? Knative to get your, like, Lambda style stuff, but then you're in full control of the infrastructure. So you can spin that up and down, with no limit, basically. ECS with Kinesis. Yeah, but then ECS with Kinesis, you're still basically just like, you're basically just not doing the Lambda thing anymore, right? Whereas I still feel like there's good value in building in a Lambda style way, where like each endpoint is like self-contained. It does mean that there's a lot of like extra bundling and bullshit for like publishing, but I don't know. Oh, you can get above that 10K limit if you just request more. I wasn't aware of that. Okay. But you probably need to be like on an SLA or something, right? Like Enterprise is pretty much the only one that'll get that. I don't know for sure. I'm guessing. The AC. What is AC in that context? It's not air conditioning. Because we don't have air conditioning in Washington. Oh, the account. Got it. Okay. And, like, is that something they would do for a regular customer? I would assume so, because, dude, if you're hitting that limit, you're paying a bunch of money anyway, right? Like, if you're hitting a limit like that, like, dude. Like, maybe you would need to have paid a couple bills first. Like, they wouldn't do it for a first month customer. But if you've been consistently paying bills that are, like, somewhat close and hovering the 10K limit anyway, like, sure, why not? I don't see why they would. But I could see them wanting to do... I could see them wanting to, like, upsell you to an SLA anyway. I'm almost positive that would be some kind of sales handoff. Well, yeah, I mean, you'd have to talk to someone, for sure. Right? Yeah, no, that makes sense. I get that. It just seems like, why would they not take your money? You know? If you really wanted to go above the 10K limit, like, why wouldn't they take your money? But, yeah, maybe it's just not worth the effort and the bullshit. Well, when you're saying provisioned, you're talking about like paying for like capacity ahead of time, basically, right? Whereas instead with Lambda, you want to be able to burst, right? Because your standard traffic isn't going to be at the 10K. So they have the space reserved. I get that, but that kind of defeats the purpose of Lambda. Can you provision and unprovision on the fly? I don't think you can, right? Like, that's like a prepaid cost almost. Yeah, it depends on your traffic shape. Okay. Because, yeah, if you're just, like, bursty and you're hitting above the 10K every once in a while, like, why wouldn't they take your money for that? You know? But, yes, because a noisy neighbor could impact, right? If you're not paying as much as a company that does have an SLA and that does provision ahead of time, like, are you worth their time? Are you worth harming that, right? Your traffic means nothing to the Lambda team unless you know the name. Okay. What does matter to the Lambda team? Like, service level agreement? But at that point, you know their name. You know? Right? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Give me a sec. I do have to use the restroom. Gotta pee. And I'm back. Yeah, that type of on-demand is super expensive to support. You can trigger lambdas in so many ways, right? Like from S3 and some of that stuff. And then how do they know it's not just some like runaway thing that they're going to have to forgive the bill for, right? Yeah, no, that makes sense. Sure, sure. Yeah, no, I was talking to someone because I wasn't even aware of the 10K limit at one point, but I was talking to someone who helped set up like the infrastructure for this bar downtown where it's called Just the Tap, and they have this like key fob thing where like you get a key fob and you go and pour your own beer basically. So then you're only interacting with the bartender to like, you know, to get around the limits of the key fob. So after X amount of beers, you have to go back up and have them like reset it because they're a bartender. They still have to make sure they're not over serving, right? Washington state law shit. But they built this thing, like the whole key fob system and all that is on AWS infrastructure, which is really cool. And I was chatting with the person that helped build that out for the bar. And yeah, they mentioned the 10K limit, and I hadn't even heard of that at the point. So this was probably like a year and a half, 2 years ago, maybe. Something like that. But yeah, like, dude, that's my favorite thing about meetups. You can learn all sorts of shit there. You just got to talk to people. And hey, thanks for Gorge. Who is the bar's payment system going through? They've got one of those like turnstile checkout system things, so I'm pretty sure it's Block. Square. Square is Block, right? Okay, yeah. I think so. I think Square is part of Block. Yeah. So Block is actually like the parent company because they own a bunch of other shit now. But it started out as Square, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. Just double checking. Yeah, so like Cash App, Title, blah blah blah. Well, yeah, and it's actually like it's kind of a genius naming thing. I wonder how much they paid some fucking consultancy to come up with that. You know? Like, hey, we need to rebrand. What name should we change Square Inc. to? Well, you're adding a bunch of other dimensions to it, right? Or at least one other dimension. How about block? Cube? Volumetric? Yes, it's the Twitter guy, yep. I forget his name, but yeah, that the previous Twitter guy. You think they planned it all along? No, because it was formerly Square Inc. So they did do a full-on rebrand. So I don't know if they intended that from the beginning. Now, here's their post. Distinguishes the corporate entity from the blah, 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 blah. I don't know. This really, really feels like some fucking consultancy. Do you really think the Twitter guy like just pulled this out of his hat? Yeah, no worries there, Geos J. We'll see you again soon. He does like to be creative. Maybe. You never know. You never know. I wonder if he came up with the name Blue Sky. No, I think he was already out of Twitter by that point, right? Maybe not. I can't remember. You know, because it's like the Tweety bird, but it's a whole new thing, so it's a big blue sky. Blue Sky was spun out of Twitter. I don't know if you knew that. It was actually spun out as like an experiment for a distributed system of Twitter, and it was a public benefit corporation that was actually built at Twitter. I've heard this story a bunch of times because Blue Sky's like main office is here in Seattle, or like the office they work out of. So I've talked to their CTO a bunch, Paul Frazee, something like that. Super fucking cool dude. And he had been in distributed social media for a long time, but I think Blue Sky as the public benefit corp, yeah, that was absolutely out of Twitter. No, there's actually an interesting story about that too. There was like some amount of millions, like $15 million or something, that they were promised if they hit some like benchmark of like users and all that stuff. And when Elon acquired the company, they were like, okay, let's get out of here. They chat with someone, you know, from legal or whatever. And it's just like Elon didn't have time to deal with it. And basically, like, they forgave the $15 million like debt for ownership of the company, basically, because it's a public benefit corporation, so they could argue that, and it's always been one. They didn't like spin that out separately. So yeah, like, you know, they sacrificed 15 mil for the sake of their future, basically, which is kind of like, you know, it's an interesting story. And I think as a public benefit corporation, like, none of this shit's like a secret. I'm almost positive. If it is, whoops. All right, so yeah, back to this. So yeah, I need to provide that as some feedback in our Discord or in our Slack. Dude, this heat is really messing with this thing. All right, and then let me just report this. All right, so yeah, that is definitely a bit of feedback we need. I passed that on to the team. Let's do this though. So we're gonna add new repo. Nope. Repos, add folder from disk. Ooh, and actually, I don't know if I will remove Messijo because it having access. No, I still want to remove Messijo because we'll want to do the API as a separate thing. But that does mean that later we can do a task for this other stuff and we don't even need to do the publish. That is nice. I like that. So yeah, this bit, right? So our OpenSpec thing validated. Here we'll need to add API contract releases. So then codecs. Oh, yeah, we'll upgrade. And what's up, Ireal? G'day, mate. Let's put another shrimp on the Barbie. Let's not. Anyway, how's it going, Sergeant Pepper? Ooh, where'd you get the golden kappa? Yeb. I don't know if I know Yeb. Chillin', still working. Hell yeah. Yeah, were you able to like convince them to get you into some Rust? Or are you still doing the TypeScript? Because that's the thing, man. At these big corporations, you can weasel your way in. That's how my mom ended up working on SQL stuff at Microsoft. They hired her for Access. And then she just, was just a delight to be around and weaseled her way into the business SQL stuff. And she didn't even know SQL at the time. She's just that good. Young Elderberry. Oh, there you go. Okay. I would assume that's a reference to the Monty Python bit. Your mother was a hamster and your father smelt of elderberries. I love that shit. Oh, you guys just raw dog JavaScript, huh? Damn. So you are doing a lot of defensive programming. $2 for Holy Grail? Fuck yeah. That's basically like finding the Holy Grail. Like, holy shit. You literally found the Holy Grail. Well, not literally. Like figuratively, literally. TypeScript for the JS doc. Ah, okay. So you can at least get some TSC. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Oop, can't play that album. Oh, we talked about some funk earlier. Let's play some funk. All right, so it's applying that change. We still want to get this going. So let's go find the directory. This band is Volpec. If you've ever seen... Oh, if I could spell. If you've ever seen that emote in the Primogens channel or here, I made that emote, but the person dancing there is actually like the main dude from this band. Not the Primogen, I just put his head on top. Yes, Joe Dart is amazing, Sergeant Pepper. He is the most talented person in that band, for sure. Which is not a slight on the other guys. Like, they're good too. But yeah, Joe Dart is the man. All right, so we want to grab the API here. We do not need the Messijo repo. And we're going to do this off of staging. I will say, the drumming is very tight. Which you kind of need for funk, right? You can't be like Ginger Baker and Cream, where it sounds like a sack of fallen potatoes. Oh, this song's good. This one's fun. It's called 1612. It's the dude's old pin code. Like the dude that's singing. It's his old pin code for his ATM card. All right, so what we need to do is fix large deletes. When we delete a keyword with thousands of events, our DB query times out, and nothing gets deleted. You probably need to implement a soft delete while we delete events in chunks. And yeah, I'll respond to that in a sec. All right, so Clanker be clanking. Many such cases. Hold on, Ben Thompson. Why does that name sound familiar? Maybe his podcasts. I don't know. But yeah. You're getting money out of his bank account right now. Yeah, I mean, the story is that he basically created a song that he sings to himself in his head when he needed to remember the PIN code. Which is funny. Oh, yep. All right, so yeah, we got a bunch of things clanking. One, merge back to main. Let's do it. You love your clanker every couple months you get smarter? Marginally. But, you know, I've met people like that too. Well, oh, that bug. I am prompting on the work machine tonight to fix that fucking bug. I don't know what's causing it. I could even kick it off now, but I think we're fine. All right, so let's see the result. All right, the timeout comes from repo.delete, triggering a large synchronous cascade. Yep. Recommend a transient soft delete followed by a chunked physical deletion. Yeah, like I said. Shit. Important design details. Update all user-facing and ingestion queries to require soft deleted at is null. Yep. Yep. This is the bassist we were talking about. Oh, nice, Katsu. Yeah, I'm actually a bassist too, but I haven't played much for ages. I used to do a pretty slap pop, but I couldn't do anything like that. And it was like limited, you know? Like, yeah, I don't know. I could do a pretty fast slap pop though. But it was typically only like the triplets. Right? Like different time signatures were way harder. Nice. Yeah, I mainly just played in like high school and like I don't know, like the 10ish years after high school. I haven't made any new music in ages. Oh. So this one And this will be... Yep, yeah. Dude, I could play some of my music here in a second. I've got it recorded. All right, so... And yeah, honestly, yeah, let's do that now. This song does not have a real bass on it. I recorded the majority of this song living in my van as a snowboard bum down at Mount Hood during the summer. So yeah, the bass line is actually like a synth. But the next 3 songs have a real bass. And I'm really bad at making drum beats. Yeah, no worries. Mixing could be better. Like, yeah, basically everything could be better. I like the guitar riff at least. So yeah, so for get CLI bench, which is actually going to be get MCP bench, we're pretty much at an impasse because I'm going to have to juggle like keys and a bunch of that stuff. So I'll have to do that later. How's this clanking along? All right, so yes, I like this. Oh, and this song's a bit loud. And yeah, see what I mean about the mixing? And man, yeah, we haven't really used much of our codex limit yet. And that's pretty cool. All right, let's double check. Oh. Okay, never mind. We'll just close that one. So I've lost the ability to archive or delete anything. Wait, I forget what context this was. Oh, yeah, it's that part. Okay, so this is doing the generation of the API contract and the CI checks. So yeah, that part's good. We'll have to verify it. This next one's a little slow. We're gonna skip it. This one's good. It's also kind of slow, but you know, whatever. All right, so let's double check. These are the tasks, right? The tombstone data model, right? So we had a migration for nullable keywords.soft deleted at and a partial index covering non-null tombstones. Then update the keyword schema and types. Oh, thank you. Shit, so we had some stuff that we didn't commit. Oh, it's really just these two. Okay, so we need to do that. Let me get more music going. I forgot this album name was funny. The Joy of Music, The Job of Real Estate. Let's do this one, actually. The Madison Square Garden. Oh, but it's like a slow starting song. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the singing. Whatever. Let's just get to some other music. And then I'll read your comment. One sec. When you were younger, you played in a lot of metal, punk, and rock bands, but nowadays you've calmed down. You don't want to play as fast than in your younger age. Sometimes simple things are the best ones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I listened to Korn at one point, Deftones, all that stuff. Electronic solo project and playing with older friends in a band. Oh yeah, that's fun. All right, so then back to session. Oh shit. Okay, I fucked up. I wanted to do this in a work tree. That's totally fucking broken. This used to work. Dude, we need fucking tests for this shit, dude. Maybe there's an update to check for. Nope. What version is it at least? All right. So God, that's annoying. All right. So yeah, I'll probably let this finish up. I might kick it off a bit. Dude, that's like the whole fucking point of this, though. Like, why can't I change? Yeah. Yeah, why can't I do the new work tree thing? Like, dude, there's so many of these things that need some end-to-end tests because you can't regress on stuff like this. But, all right. So, let's go find someone to raid. Because I need to get some food in my belly. I need to get some other work done. I kind of want to play some games. And it is really hot. It is super warm right now. So who is streaming? Dude, right, Vimic? Tomorrow's supposed to be worse. Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking I might try and go find some place to work from that has AC. There's a library nearby. There's all sorts of shit I can do. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if I stream on gaming channel tomorrow during the day. It's 96 by you? It's only 91 in this room. Finland? Oh, there you go. Oh, tomorrow will be like 96. Oh, God. Hold on. $93. At least it cools off towards the weekend. Oh, this sounds cool. Building a hack emulator in Scala. That sounds really cool. Stew Squared. All right. Yeah, I don't think we've ever rated them either. Oh, wait, no. I think they've rated us, maybe? I don't know. I guess we've been there before. But yeah, we're going to see some Scala. Yeah. We're talking Fahrenheit here, man. Take it easy. So yeah, today was around 33, or at least in this room. Tomorrow's going to be at 34. Yikes. Fucking yikes. But I got sandwich stuff, so I don't need to cook anything. So that'll be nice. And I'll go for another walk later tonight. Definitely not worth doing any walks like during the day, you know? Ugh. And then actually tomorrow, I don't have anything in the morning, so I could do a morning walk, actually. Oh, yeah, way too... Like, dude, I'm in Washington. This is too hot in Washington. You go back 20 years and we never had weather this hot. It just didn't exist. So yeah, we're going to go raid Stu Squared. I'm going to say farewell to the Twitter and the YouTube. Thank you all for hanging out. Cheers.